And good morning. The 10th of July, 2025. My. This is my virtual trading journal. Welcome. The idea here is that everything I see on my, is captured on the video, and my voiceover gives some indication as to what I was thinking at the time. It's to replace the all-important journal, trade journal, which I believe is very important, but I don't multitask well, so screen snapping and typing and things through the day aren't particularly good for me to do, multitasking, so this seems to be working out well. This is not for financial or trade advice. There's a description and a disclaimer there's a disclaimer in the description here. All of the times that are referred to and that you see on my charts are Central Standard Time. And the reason I stream this to YouTube is because it provides ultimate transparency and accountability. No trades are taken off the stream, and that's, quite obvious. That's the reason that the stream lasts so long. It starts now at 8 o'clock with the pre-market and the numbers and things, and then goes through the cash close at 1500, so that is never a problem. I'm not monetized in any way with the stream. It is, again, my virtual journal, so yeah, I'm in it for the subs and the likes. So click the likes, drop something in the chat, and that's always fun. And now let's have a look at where we're going next. I think, another reason for the YouTube stream is I can review the stream on any device, which is really handy. I don't have to be standing at this desk. So here we are. This is Bookmap, my execution platform, and this is my IRT charting package. What we're looking at now is the numbers, and this is a financial juice. So far this morning, we've had the initial jobless claims out at 0730. Continuing jobless, same idea. Then we've got some talking feds. Next big order of business that is important but isn't reflected as a red instrument here is the 30-year bond auction at 12 o'clock. And then more talking feds. Of course, there's the ever-present heightened risk of unplanned but random tweets or things like that. So often I've noticed that when I look through the numbers this morning, like early in the morning at this time, then when we come back in an hour or so, there'll be some Trump's going to sign this or something's going to happen over here. So that's important to keep an eye on. This is the investing.com, which is sometimes easier to read. And that's where we are for numbers at this point in the game. Let's get right on into the pre-market. Here is, these are the ES Mini Renko charts. This is the ES, this is the NQ, and this is the Mini ES Micro Composite chart, which is simply RTH session only, daily candlesticks or bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it and continue it. And that, by design, generates a micro composite volume point of control. Obviously a high and a low and a value area. And these red and green lines that you see here are the high and low volume nodes in this volume profile. And those red and green lines push automatically, or the values for them push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. This is the market profile chart for the ES. I also track the micros, same exact setup. These are the naked volume points of control. I just have a button, turn them off and on because it gets a little busy over there. Same exact setup, just for the micro as opposed to the mini. Now, one thing I forgot to point out, this black volume profile here is the master for all of the data going back to September 6th of 2021 in the continuing contract. And the high, the all-time high, of course, is 63.33 quarter, which was put in July 3rd in that abbreviated RTH session. All right, so let's look at this a little closer now. Here is yesterday's RTH session. Here is the current overnight. What is that? Well, looks like we're going to open, if we open right here, we're going to be lower than the close, and we're definitely going to be within range. That'll be the open type I expect, and I'll talk about that when I look at Bookmap. And what have we done? We've just rotated, right? Back and forth. We came down to this consolidation here, this real heavy consolidation in the value area low. Touched off of that, back up we go. Stayed within the value area pretty much the entire time. It's rotational. We don't really have a position taken. We were long for a little bit, short for a little bit, long for a teeny bit, and now we're just a little bit short or right at neutral. So there's this, in my opinion, will not have any definite movement or responsive selling or buying, and I'm looking for an open auction and stand back and watch this thing develop and see what happens. That's my methodology. Got kind of a mixed bag here. There's we're a little bit short, just a 0.06 on the ME on the ESs and 0.2 longs on the NQs. Volume's about normal. This is Bookmap, the execution platform, and this is kind of interesting today because I try to keep these, I set a vertical line at the open of each session, and then I try to watch the entire session play out until a level that I'm interested in interacting, and then I can zoom in. I just was noticing, this is all of yesterday's RTH session right here. Pretty curtailed. And here is our overnight. So the columns then are, this is the micro composite where I manually enter these various levels, MCVPOC, etc. All-time high, those kind of things. And if you don't believe me, there you go. All-time high, naked volume point of control, blah, blah, blah. So this is then the high and low volume nodes, which I mentioned push automatically. Check the stream here. Looks like it's trickling down the hill okay, so that's pretty wonderful. This is the full session volume profile. It started plotting at 1700 last night. There's the ETH high and the ETH low. Burp, burp. Now, this is not the ETH session only. This will continue to plot through today's RTH session until 1600 tonight when it will reset at. And so that's not the ETH, it's the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30, one way or another, either automatically as it should or I will. It's been a problem lately. And you notice there's the previous RTH high and there's the previous RTH low. Which brings us to my favorite column right over here, which is the notes. That's not really, but it's pretty, I use it frequently. The first thing I do is change the title of the column to reflect the, open type that I'm expecting for the day. And it's going to be lower in range. And why do I expect that at this moment? It's real easy. Very easy. If we opened right now, our open would be here. How does that react, or what's the relationship of the open of today's RTH session with the previous RTH session close, which is right here, or lower than the close, and the previous RTH session range, or within range? So if we opened right here, right now, we would be lower in range. I changed the title of that because when I review snaps or the stream or whatever, that gives me a lot of information already. And then I flag the VPOCs and the migrating VPOCs, etc., throughout the day here. These are the session prices pushed from IRT to Bookmap, and they're very simple and very self-explanatory. We have the POC for both RTH and Globex. Nothing magical. POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right here was the POC at the close of yesterday, RTH, 18,761 contracts, the highest number in this list, which is the volume profile. Simple. I flag this as a naked volume point of control because it is the location of the most recent POC for the most recent RTH auction, and it has not been revisited yet because we're still in the ETH. Okay. And then we have the VWAPs for both, and we have a mid for the RTH only. VWAP is volume weighted average price. And we have the IB's high and low. Now, IB is a old terminology for market profile, meaning initial balance. Again, not magical. What it really is, these are the high up here somewhere and the low, it's right under here, the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all it is. Now, the rest of the levels, self-explanatory. Developing value area low or high is for the current auction. Value area low and high are for the previous auction. And I changed my IRT charting after the open so that this value area low and high will reflect the value area low and high from yesterday's RTH session, as they do now, just to ensure that, okay? So what are we looking to do? Well, we're moving away from the close. We're within range. What have we done today? Well, we traded up a little bit. We've traded down a little bit. We traded up a little bit. And here we are in the middle. Almost at the open. Almost at the close. So it is an open. I'm expecting an open auction without any real movement. There was nothing particular that happened. Here is 7:30, I think. 7:33. There's 7:30. Very little movement on that initial jobless claims, surprisingly. Now we do have a 30-year bond auction at 12. Several talking Feds, which I don't think are going to have any surprises. The Fed minutes were out yesterday. And the only thing that may have some serious disruption to the auction is some random goofy tweet or another. Now we're gonna put a 50% some crazy shit tariff on Brazil. Wow. And all these new tariffs and letters are going to take effect August 1. Well, I would remind you that all these tariffs and letters were supposed to take effect July 9th, and that came and went. So who the hell knows? I don't. That's the problem with this situation. It is so uncertain. Okay. The next most important thing that we probably would want to do here is be able to trade, isn't it? So in order to trade with your mouse and Bookmap, you need to first click and activate the trade control panel and choose a method that you will interact with the application and your mouse. If you choose chart, only the active data column in the chart over here in the heat map chart is active to trade with the mouse. If you choose dome, only the dome columns are active to trade with the mouse. And if you choose both, guess what? Both of them. Okay, now what I do is the following. The next thing I need to do is I need to activate my multi-brackets. And I use a risk neutral package. This is the basic package. They need to be even number of contracts. So this is the lowest one you're going to get. If I wanted to step down from here or size down from this package, I would need to go to micros. This would be applied to a mini. It's real easy. All of the contracts in the package have a single stop level. In this case, it's 12 ticks, 3 points. The risk neutral scale is for the same amount of ticks as is the stop, but it is for half of the package, whatever that size may be. The minute this scale is achieved, you're risk neutral. All pressure off, put on your helmet, put your feet up, and manage the trade. And then this is the runner. The worst you can possibly do at this point is scratch. I also want to have this one activated, so that's important for me in this case. Close, and there we go. That's a trade thing, copy thing. Now the next thing I do is I confirm that this is the correct package by the number of contracts, and I click this button again, which will stay green, padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back on the screen. And since I've figured out, thanks to didn't matter who showed me what to do, I've changed the P&L on all these numbers to ticks rather than dollars, because I definitely don't believe you should trade your P&L in money. I am able to have this little panel visible, which shows exactly the same data as is over here, see? So I can have my real estate back, and I can still monitor my position and whatever in ticks. Okay, one other thing I wanted to look at again on the risk neutral side of life. For example, if you want to look at a 4-lot contract, there it is. So simple. 4 contracts, 1 stop level. 2 contracts, half the package, same stop level in the positive, or same level as the stop, but in the positive, and then 2 runners. So that's all there is to it, and it's real simple. Now how do you determine the stop size, which automatically dictates the take profits, the risk neutral scale, or the take profit one size? Well, you can use ATR, harmonic rotations, whatever it is you use to analyze whether you think this fits within the market and your risk tolerance, etc. Those kind of trade planning decisions and elements should be made away from the live market, when it's quiet, when you're doing your homework, and then you do not make changes to your trade plan during the live market, in my opinion. So we have now set up everything to trade. We understand what our values are. And the next thing that happens with this notes column is it dictates which statistics we will use to apply to the associated prices. And how that works is real simple. This is the statistic homework study. I'm expecting, yesterday we opened higher out of range. I'm expecting today we're going to open lower in range. And that may not be the case because we're ticking right up close to the close. If we get above here before we open, then it'll be higher in range. You see, it's the relationship of where we open to the close and to the previous RTH range. So let's go back over here then. Let's assume that it's going to be here, and it's very simple how this works. The study looks back at 2,000 days, or 1,998. Of these days, we opened lower in range 588 of them. 89 of them, I guess. of these days where we opened here lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 494 times, 483.9%. Overnight volume point of control 83.9. Boop. That's it. That's all there is to it. And then I just go down the list, and I want to try to get these aligned properly, obviously. Oops, that didn't work out like I had it planned. Then you go down the list, and God darn it, what is going on here? Why can't I get this to work? There we are. Okay. Then you just go down the list. The next highest probable location is typically the overnight mid. Let's see over here. Whoa, now. Let's see what we got over here. Overnight volume pointing, overnight mid is 82.5. There we are. And it's just so it goes, right? And then we have the previous close, which is 73. So we can do that. Typically, it goes volume point of control, overnight mid. Usually it's overnight high and low and then on. But in this case, that closes snuck in there. Now we have the IB high from yesterday, which is 70.5. You see the green line up here? That is just behind here, and you can see the tag over here. They're both at the same level. I want to do this to show you something that's important. 70.5%. Oop. And I have to mark it IB high. Why do I do that? Because the moment we open, this flag is going to move to reflect the high or low of the current RTH auction. So I'm going to be going, what the hell was it, 70.5%? It won't be there anymore, yeah? So that's what you got to do. That's what you need to do. Or that's what I needed to do. The previous mid is 68.8. And that is the ETH mid, which is hiding around here somewhere. There we go. Okay. Value area low, POC overnight low is 67.1. And that's so it goes. I will continue those in a second, but I have to do something else first. Now I will do, what's going on here? Now I will do my TLab snap. And that is something I do every day at 8:20-ish or thereabouts. That's why I need to do that now. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It is conducted, or was conceived of, and continues to be led by a guy named Tom B. And there are a couple things you need to know about it. First of all, it is completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap to participate and take advantage of all the resources that are there, which is pretty amazing. And you will never be solicited to buy anything. Tom has nothing to sell. And nobody solicits you to, even to subscribe to Bookmap. At this, so far anyway. Maybe that'll change, but who knows? Now, Tom is a professional trader with about 46 years experience, and from all outward appearances, very successful. You're never going to see gold chains or a Lambo, but basically just offhand comments about his lifestyle. And I'm going to be streaming now for 2 months and from Costa Rica in the wintertime and things like that. That he is, or at least I assume that he's a successful professional trader, and he's not an influencer or selling anything as most people do. So, it adds up for me. Now, the snap that I do 2 snaps there a day just to kind of contribute a little bit from, best I can. I do the snap of the news and reports for the day about a little sometime after 6. And then at 8:20, I post this one, which shows a lot of the numbers for the past few sessions, naked volume, points of control, etc. Just to kind of contribute a bit if I can, because I appreciate what he does. Which brings me to the next point, and that is I don't recommend any other sites except for Static, which is not public yet. But anyway, even within the Bookmap Discord area, because I certainly haven't visited them all. And the only other 2 sites or rooms that I did briefly visit were typical. The third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell something, which is fine. And it's fine. It's not my business. It's Bookmap's business if they want to support that. But it's not interesting to me, and therefore I don't want to recommend that. So it is called the Traders Lab. I think, here we go. There you are. It is the Traders Lab-Tom-B right there. Now, you have to join the Bookmap Discord server, of course. And there's a link to do that in the description here. And then once you've joined the Bookmap server, navigate yourself to the Traders Lab Tom-B. And I think you'll find a good crew of people, good sound advice. Rod, Lefty, didn't matter, Antonio. Hey, Antonio, good morning, by the way. Speaking of the devil, and there he is. Good people there. Tom doesn't trade live. It doesn't stream live, let's put it that way. Nor does he call trades. So if you're looking for either of those things, that's not going to happen there, but there's good sound advice and a lot of good dialogue there. And it's more mature. It's not such a romper roomy kind of an environment. So there's my TLab spiel that I do every day out of gratitude and courtesy. Now, back to the statistics here. I think going to open in about a minute, so I'm going to stop yapping. I've got enough statistics. Oh, well, damn, here we go. See? Now you see what happened to me? Whoops. Guess you see what happened? We're going to open higher out of range. Maybe. or right on the cusp. Here's the close. If we're 1 tick above it, we're higher in range. If we're 1 tick below it, we're lower in range. And I'm going to just sit here and not worry about it until it's over. And then I'll be able to review what's going on. And these statistics don't change much in the interim ones. So I'll make those changes if in fact that's what we do. It's always irritating for me when this happens. Now we're going to be higher out of range, and we're going to open in 4 seconds. And then the next thing I can start screaming about is the fact that I haven't reset my, this hasn't automatically reset we're now 8:30 and 9 seconds. And this hasn't reset as it's supposed to. And I have the, it's worked fine for years, but I also have this set up to double click reset, and that isn't happening. Bookmap is having a big problem here, and I don't know what it is. There we go. So now what I'm going to do is start flagging my VPOCs. I can't really get one under here yet. So we opened basically right on the previous volume point of control and settlement. What does that tell you? That tells you these guys are, nobody's making a move one way or another from yesterday. They are, this is major wait and see time. Like Major Tom time, only different. Why didn't that work? This son of a bitch, nothing's working right here. Well, Bookmap is just not having a very good day, apparently. Okay, let's just wait and see what happens then. Well, here's our IB low and there's our IB high, which tells me right off the bat that this volume profile is not accurate. So I'm going to clear the resets, because what happened was it didn't gather that data. There you go. It's not resetting on schedule as it is supposed to and has done for years since this last update, and I'm at a loss as to wonder why. I believe this computer, and what the hell is this doing over here? I believe that this this computer is, well, this thing just doesn't want to do anything. Edit this drawing. That's supposed to change, and then I'm supposed to be able to grab that thing and move it to where I wanted it. Irritating, boy. Let's do this. Let's clear the drawing. I'd like to only clear that one, however. Remove this drawing. There we go. Okay, well, so here we are. Stuck in the middle again, I guess. Got the volume profile lined out from the looks of it. And I can start plotting the migrating volume points of control, which is something I like to do. Now let's see if the goddamn thing has come right as far as plotting things here. There we go. Thank you. My new idea, or I think it actually came from Rod, to be honest with you. I put a marker here at the open of each session, and then I try to keep the entire session on the screen until I want to zoom in when an upcoming trade. One of the advantages of planning and identifying a setup and the associated qualifying criteria, and then vetting that trade and having that trade when you enter the live environment is you anticipate when it's going to happen. For example, I've been working with the IB continuation and IB failure trades, just those two. But that gives me plenty of opportunity to anticipate when they're going to set up and when I should expect them, and then I can zoom in to that point. And until then, I can keep the entire market or session visible. That seems to be working out okie dokie. The reason I flagged these migrating volume points of control, which I don't really see here now, is kind of weird. Well, that's because there's a stat under both of them. We opened pretty much right on value area high settle in the previous close. We haven't really moved. This darker yellow, or more bright yellow, is the full session, or POC there, and the more muted yellow is for the full session. The flags I'm talking about are these are the migrating volume points of control. I flag every place this yellow line goes through the day. And yes, it continues to plot all day. And why do I do that? Because eventually this line is going to, and these movements are going to scroll off the left. So in order to keep track of them and keep all of the data that I want to have visible to me on the hard right edge here, I use these flags. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. By golly. Now I'm updating the IRT from full session to day session only. That means that the previous high value area high and low will be accurately reflected and pushed to bookmap, because by definition, as I said in the pre-market, the value area low or high represent the previous auction. Well, the moment the RTH session opened a few minutes ago, the previous auction suddenly became the overnight, right? Or the ETH. Well, I don't want to have the value area high and low reflect the ETH. I want them to reflect the previous, and you see it just jumped down there, the previous value area high for the RTH session. And because I push these and make these levels available to anybody that wants them in the TLab or wherever else, or anybody here, you drop something in the chat, we'll figure out a way to get you hooked up. And they are live in real time, pushed from IRT. And those fellas that use them are all expecting the value area high and low to be the previous RTH. So, and it makes good sense. And we are a cluster going on here, baby. Look at this. So far, we're 8 handles wide. And I guess this is where we are. I guess this was actually a... I'm so disappointed with this damn reset for years. I don't know how long I've been using Bookmap, but it's always reset properly, and it's set to do so. I mean, here's, the reset configuration is at time 8:30, blah, blah, blah. Now the other day I tried the session start, and it did work early, and if I were to do that now, this would be, wow, watch what happens here. Well, that didn't, the last time I did that, it made a big difference in what the profile looked like. So maybe this is okay. I don't know. There's 8:30. I don't know. There you go. See that? Now it's going to want to look for the next time. It's going to keep this and want to start at the next 8:30. So I don't want to do that. I'm going to go back like that. I don't know. And it's worked fine for years. Now all of a sudden it doesn't. I would suspect that it's a jam up of the computer, but that's really frustrating because, I build my own trading machines, and this one is about as powerful as I could get 3 years ago when we moved here and back here, and I built this. And now I typically use Ryzen. I had used Ryzen 9s. And this one, I thought I would try an i9 Intel, and it's a 12300 or 23,000K Ryzen i9. It's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a bunch of, a good and I think adequately powerful GPU, 12 gigs of RAM, and I think it's a 3090 NVIDIA RTH or RTX, whatever the hell it's called. I don't know. Just disappointing. Now I do have gold and crude up here because I've been looking at those, especially in the ETH session. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. It kind of suspiciously started happening when I updated to the new latest stable version of Bookmap. The suggestion of Elena, who is a support person at Bookmap, and you should definitely always, she's never steered me wrong. So, I'm gonna play the probabilities that I always play the probability she knows what she's talking about. In this case, I'm sure something else is going on. So we're selling down just a teensy bit. Certainly not any kind of a sell-off. It remains to be a quiet rotational open auction so far. No news coming up. The next news, unless we get some random, guy starts tweeting again or whatever else. The next real news event or market moving news event that I'm anticipating is the 30-year bond auction at 12. So this could be a tight rotational market, in which case you sit on your hands. That's my plan. Rather than make up reasons to trade. And here we have it. This is the micro, by the way. Naked volume points of control. Well, there's one just above us. At about something, I don't know what. That's from the day of from the abbreviated session where we put in the new all-time high, and I know I have that already on my charting, and I can prove it. This is irritating. So here we go. Oh, looky there. From the 3rd of July, 2025, and there's the all-time high. Wow. Love it when a plan comes together, don't you? And what's all this noise? So this is a new one. I'll be able to throw one of my flags over here. All right, well, there you go. Wait and see. That's where we're at. You're right. Damn it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know when that started, but thanks, Antonio. Yeah, it's a wait and see day today for me. Absolutely. I hope your day yesterday turned out okay. That I was pleased with the outcome of the my IB continuation trade. I kind of had a fear moment there for a moment, moved my stop from the bracket stop to the break even after the take profit of TP1 or the risk neutral scale had been achieved, and then we had gone on past that a ways. And market came back to within 2 ticks of taking me out at that stop. Fortunately, it did not, and then went on to the second take profit target. Yeah, here we are. What I was saying was that Sunday night when I saw the folder all around TopStep's new program and support platform ideas, I quickly grabbed a combine for Quant Tower and realized after I had done that I didn't need to at all. I still haven't found an alternative to Bookmap that works satisfactorily. The problem with the Quant Tower, first of all, if you want to check out Quant Tower yourself and you have a TopStep X account, you can download Quant Tower. You set it up to use Platform X or Program X data and use your TopStep X login credentials, and it works just as advertised. The problem is it's a real stripped down license, much as is TopStep X compared to TradingView. It's built on TradingView charts, but the functionality is extremely limited. Same way with the Quant Tower. There's no market. My micro composite daily chart doesn't work. The TPOs don't work. Because it's only level 1, not level 2 data. The heat map is useless because it's like a bracketing algo on either side of price, right? So that doesn't do any good. So I'm real sorry I did that without knowing what I was doing. Often the case, eh? Well, we're in a 9 handle range here, or damn near 10 so far. The only next planned news event that I'm aware of is that 30-year bond auction at 12. Trump's decided he's going to put a 50% tariff on Brazil. Okay. So today, basically, we've got the initial jobless claims, we've got the 30-year bond auction, and we've got a bunch of talking feds. Pretty much it. So I would expect then that there will be, a philanthora of unexpected Trump dumps and tweets and whatever else. That seems to be the norm now. Hard to believe, but it does. Tight auction, fully expected, as is, mentioned in the pre-market, that we're going to have basically an open auction, and so far that's where we are. No, we haven't rotated yet, but we haven't really done anything. Here is yesterday's trade. They balanced it out back up here at one point when I took the IB low, IB continuation right here. we had been in a down move, and this additional volume was not up here. So we had basically a B-shaped profile looking lower. And then they brought it up and consolidated the hell out of things and took this trade up into the close. I mean, in a pretty short range all the way around, 63.15. Basically 25, 35, say 40 handles wide the whole day. Pretty directional in queue here with a couple of opportunities, I guess, to, sell the pullbacks. If you look at the micro composite, it looks like we're coiling, eh? Here's an inside day and not much better, and here we are. I think the market is just trying to figure out what the hell to do, is my opinion. And I can relate to that for sure. I can certainly relate to that. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the initial, journal description or the pre-market, but the idea of this stream is this is a TopStep evaluation account and 4 others attached with it. So that's why it pushes to 5 accounts. Or trade, one trade and then pushes to 5 with that copy trade thing. And the idea is to take this through the full cycle to funded. And so that's exactly what I'm doing, and no trades are taken off stream. I'm not sure if I mentioned that or not, but I want to be sure and be transparent about that. So yesterday, for example, with that copier thing is something that I thought was just, really bogus until I thought about it. And then I thought, well, why wouldn't I take advantage of that opportunity? Like everybody else is. Sometimes my principles shoot me in the foot. That's like cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? For example, yesterday, the one... my structured planned trade is one of the 2 IBs. That's what I'm working on vetting and working on developing or getting to work well. So yesterday I was expecting the IB continuation, and I took it, and the trigger happened just as I had hoped, and I narrated that whole story, and it went to went on eventually to both targets. Pretty close, because I wussed out a little bit and got nervous about the stop and brought it up to break even the entry, not to the profit target, and nearly got stopped by, I think, 2 ticks. But it went on to the second profit. Now, the thing about that is, with the copy trade story and whatever, instead of $750 or 60 ticks, it was 300 ticks. You know, the reality of it, or the outcome of it, boils down to 300 instead of just 60, because it's 60 times 5. So that's pretty. Now, can that happen in the real world and in a real live account? No, people don't do that. But why not take advantage of these situations that are, I didn't make up the rules, they did, and so why not take advantage of it? And I had to change my thinking a lot about that. I first thought it sounded completely bogus, and then I got to thinking, why would that be bogus? The idea being that once you have an express funded account, each one of those are subject. You can continue to do that, and each one of those it falls subject to the same payout rule. So instead of one combined payout or evaluation, you can have 5. And then after you've built those balances up, that they roll all of those balances to the live account, as I understand it. And the rules seem to be like nailing snot to a wall. It's kind of tough to do. They seem to change them quite a bit, but we'll see what happens. And that's where I am for now. So I think I want to be sure and be transparent about that and what's happening. And I've got to change the damn title around. We did open higher in range. IRT will highlight the correct column after the open, obviously. So I'll kind of amend my stuff here a little bit so that the historical things of this for the stream are accurate. Okay, POC is 83.9. Now, just maybe it's worth showing. Yeah, it is. I'm on the right screen. It's worth showing that between higher in range, lower in range, some of the more frequent or higher probability targets are not that different. For example, the overnight volume point of control is exactly the same for both. It's 83.9 in both cases. Lucky me. Overnight mid, 77.4. Overnight mid is substantially different. That's 82.5. 77.4 higher out of range. So overnight mid is 77.4. And of course, I understand fully that I am redoing these statistics after the fact, after they've been nullified, and that's stupid, but I'm doing it for the historical record, because this entire stream, and back however many years I go, I have a complete copy recording of these, so I want them to be correct. And I can go back a year from now and pick up one and trade it just like it's right now. You know, the replay capability of Bookmap is pretty phenomenal, actually. If it weren't for the, and this is something to remember, if somebody's showing you something and you question whether they're really trading it or not, and they don't show this full header area up here, it's likely it could be a replay, because the only difference is there's a progress bar that zooms along here. Everything else looks exactly the same. And I always make real sure in any screen capture I do that I capture the entire application window to eliminate any possible questions there. Now we're pushing that IB lower down. We've rounded the curve on 9 o'clock down to the previous mid. I think that's what this boy right here was. Overnight high is 75, and the overnight high is only 51.8 on the 2. So I'm gonna change that around a little bit. Overnight high up here is a 75.0. I've thought about automating these statistics to push to Bookmap, but I like typing them in because it registers with my brain when I read them and look them up and type them and think about them a little bit. This automated stuff makes your workflow easier, but out of sight, out of mind, kind of, I think. Previous mid, yeah, this was the previous mid, and it remains the same. Doesn't, yeah. Previous high, what else we got going on over here? Value area high, 72. Previous close, 71.1. That's not so bad. That's pretty close. And these are all, I want to point out that these statistics have already been satisfied. So there you go. Previous high is 55.7. Pretty big difference, huh? Oh, that's the IB high. Oops. Didn't want to do that. Let me make sure what the IB high was. It's a 68% probability. Pretty close, but I mean, if you're going to do it, might as well do it, huh? And the previous high, now this is a good example of the fact that these are simply probabilities that these levels will be hit, and historical data, historical, whatever it's called, is not indicative of future results, right? That famous saying. The IB high is 68.1. The previous high, the probability of revisiting the previous high is 55.7. So there's a 13-point spread between the IB high and the previous RTH high, and yet in fact, the levels are exactly the same spot. So, yeah. All right, we rounded the 9 o'clock hour, and we are zooming towards 9:30, where we will have the IB statistic magically become live. And the IB statistic, as Antonio very well knows, and hopefully whoever else is lurking about here, this helps. It's real widely understood that the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, which by definition here is called the IB high and the IB low, have a greater than 97.7% probability of being exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. Remembering, of course, that that statistic is not active until 9:30 or greater. And there's two types of trades that are associated with that IB. One is the IB failure, which is essentially a mean reversion trade, and it is typically applicable in a rotational environment. Well, so far today, that's just exactly what we have. So the expected move or the expected trade would be an IB failure. The ideal situation would be to test high, take it out, fail down below it, and then take the IB failure back to the point of control, because context is technically down or short. So the ideal situation would be to get an IB short off the IB high, and that would be, or an IB failure off the IB high, and that would align you also with the context lower. Likely not to happen, but that would be ideal. Secondly would be, if you come down here, you've tested once, you've tested twice. Did they push it lower? Not yet. Push it, come through it, come back up, test and fail, and then it's a reversion trade back to the mean, which is, by definition, the POC. The other trade of the IB family is the IB continuation, which is worked out yesterday, and that was in a directional environment, and you test down, test up, and don't get anywhere, and you keep going. So that's the IB continues in the direction, and the other one fails to continue. There you go. Now, by the nature of this trade, my trade plan and what I'm trying to do here, this stream can get real boring after 7 hours, especially in 7 hours. I see some streams where these guys are scalping, taking real short trades on the NASDAQ, and it's a lot of action, which is appealing to a lot of people. And maybe that's a good idea. But I'm trying to stick with the process and get it where I need it to be. My goal is to have a consistently profitable, sustainable trading business, not be a pinball wizard, you know, or whatever. Wow. I guess there's not much question about what the NQ's up to, huh? All the way outside of yesterday's range. ES got a long way to go. So at this point, there's a big divergence in the ES and the NQ. One of the big rallying points yesterday was the fact that NVIDIA's capitalization reached $4 trillion. That's the first company to ever achieve that market cap. Well, half gone on that. 15 minutes to go for the IB here. "15 minutes to go for the IB, baby," she said. Now this is sometimes the perspective can be so skewed, I guess is the right word for it. And it's so different on a different kind of charting. So different. Trying to get this all set up here so far. For example, look at this. This is a TopStep X account of the micro NASDAQ. Here was, now this is full session. So there was the overnight and wham. Big sell-off off the open. And this is why it's a more attractive instrument for a lot of streaming people, is there's a lot more action. $23.91 to $22.902. I don't know if I put the POS thing over here or not. I don't think so. And what I've found that I have to do with this thing is delete previous volume points of control or volume profiles, because pretty soon there's 1,000 lines going across here. It doesn't stop them with each volume profile. I found out the hard way. I mean, whatever. So this is something that's fun to look at and I mess with sometimes at night. TopStep X. Well, we pretty much rotate. Look at what's happening here. Remember what I said about how great it would be to approach the IB high for an IB failure, and that would give us alignment with context. Well, look where we are, back at the open settlement. Now, we haven't certainly gone through here, but if we were to get up here and maybe look at these 200, see, here's 173 and 196. Quite a bit of liquidity laying here. You can see one of the handy parts about Bookmap or these heat maps is that this liquidity came into the book at 850, and it's still sitting here. And it'll lift off, or it'll trade out, or whatever will happen. And we didn't make a new high, but that would be pretty cool. I would feel nice about that. Now, if you're a mean reversion, if you're good at trading mean reversion in a tight range, there's a pretty good one. 96 to, it's almost 10 handle. Well, 10 handles there off the lows. That's nice. That is a valid idea. That's just not what I'm trying to be real disciplined with my plan and my stick to the IB trades here. What a miss. Nothing. Okay. And I suppose Tom is probably talking about being short. And that is a very valid idea, go up to the open and not be able to make any traction above there. And then trade across and lower. It's just not what I'm trying to develop at this time. I mean, I'm sticking to the IB story. And I used to have a real rigid element in my trade plan called the range requirement. And that was, even though an entry was valid from the point of view of the setup and the criteria and the trigger, if there was not an unobstructed path from the entry to the risk neutral scale, it didn't meet the range requirement and it was then not valid. So if you, for example, right here at the open, we don't get anywhere, we come back and test up, that could be considered a trigger for mean reversion. Pretty close to the outside edge, not quite, but pretty damn close. But for me, there would be no possibility of an entry with range requirement because here's settlement, here's close, here's the developing value area high. In other words, any of these levels where price is likely to react, I viewed as obstacles. Now, I've sort of taken that requirement off a hard stop, and then I look at it discretionally because I would stand for days at a time and not be able to do anything because of the range requirement. And, I got enough problem with analysis by paralysis or paralysis by analysis anyway. So, but that's something that you might want to think about. That's a dynamic to consider for sure. And of course, it all boils down to how good is the entry, right? How good are your entries? And an asymmetrical, this would be an asymmetric trade location. You could take that short right there, range requirements or not, and put your stop just above here. Asymmetric relationship between the risk and the reward. Now, your first reward would be the mean, right? That would be that's where the name comes from, mean reversion, revert to the mean. So you're looking at only 3 points from up here to here. But a point risk to 3 points, that's still 3-1. And as it turns out, it would have worked out in your favor. Another important aspect of trade location to remember, or entry location to remember, is where is it put your stop? Now, in my case, the stop is a function of the entry, right? It's 3 points away from the entry. So if I enter here, where's my stop going to be? It's going to be right in the middle of all this traffic. High probability of being stopped out. It's the same basic idea as don't diddle in the middle. By definition, the VPOC is the most traded, accepted price, meaning traded the most. So if you initiate or enter there, you're most likely to be taken out, to be stopped out, because it reverts to that mean and goes back and forth over it a lot. That is that's the nature of the beast, the joy of trading. Here goes that mama. busy looking here and not looking above. What I was talking about was this asymmetric trade location from right here on the high, on this value area high settlement, was the location of the naked volume point of control from last night. You know, pretty well traveled path here. But if you look at it, you know, with some scrutiny, it couldn't get any higher. Come down, test up, couldn't get over it again, and then that could be a trigger and a short. Mean reversion to the POC, free handle. Not much range, not much meat on the bone, as they would say. Keep your eye right here. This means when price is trading there, we've gone no place. We've done exactly nothing except grind up a bunch of retail soup. Retail soup. Oh, look at all that. Look at all this buying activity here. These balls or bubbles or whatever. I have the 3D part turned off to conserve computing power, I think. And they're delta. So this means that of all the trades that fired right here, there was a delta buy. And here is our IB statistic is in play, is it not? Yes, it sure is from right here. Now we haven't hit that statistic yet, but it is now active. We have the overnight high up here at 75, and we've got the IB high and previous high in the 68s up above us. We've also got the expected move at 63.29.5 and the all-time high at 63.35, 33. So, and a naked volume point of control up there too. So there's levels all over the place. Pick one. And that's the thing about trading that I've come to notice more and more every day. In chat rooms, you can see it in a lot of people's posts. You can make a case for the market. The market is binary. It only goes up or down. There's a 50-50 probability, in other words, of the next trade. And you can make a case for either one, usually. We are becoming balanced here, so that context that I was thinking about right here, when I was talking about the ideal situation would be to hit the IB high and then revert back to the mean, is less prominent than it was. And you can make, we have been in mean reversion all day so far. You can also say that we're going to break out of this balanced area and test the IB high and whatever that is, value area high from yesterday, and the previous high from yesterday, and the IB high from yesterday. They say that, and I have no proof one way or the other, but I think I tend to believe it's true. Moves outside of the initial balance are typically the hand of the higher time frame. Retail traders can't necessarily do that. Well, there's only 2 IB trades that I know of, Antonio, and I'm trying to stick with them. Now, if I can align myself with context like I was talking about, and I've been just talking now, looking at these statistics above us, that would give me pause to take the IB failure back to the mean. You know, that might make a case for an IB continuation from the IB high up to the overnight low and the value area high, and then the previous high and the IB high, which is what, not a hell of a lot of points. It's only 5 points in that entire range, but looks like we're going to take the IB high here. That's an interesting. That is an interesting question. We talked about that a little bit in the static last night with Rod and Harry and Lefty. It's been having. He was wondering how I took and how someone took the IB continuation short last night or yesterday after, with the higher time frame up and all these kind of things. And my answer to that was, well, we were gap up. There's a high probability that gaps close. I was looking for responsive selling to take profit on that gap up. And the trade of the day to that point, the context of the day was down. So on a wider time frame, and there you go again. You can zoom in or out and figure out, you can come up with any kind of validity that you want to. That's the magic of trading or the pain in the ass of trading. And I'm not saying I have it figured out. I'm just, thinking out loud here. In answer to your question, I'm focusing now because it's a rotational day. My initial thought is going to be the IB failure back to the mean. But I am certainly going to be looking at this statistic, which is just above us here, 3 handles. And then this one just above that. Then if we get up here, I'm going to start scratching my head about, we got a naked volume point of control. And do these dorks really want to try to put in a new all-time high, There's a lot of things to think about there. And here is our stat right now. Going to happen, I'm guessing. And there should be, I would certainly expect there to be stops up here. There's 350, 480, 500-600 stop, contract living around here. There we go. We traded out these. IB statistic is taken out. Now what are we going to do? And I don't know. My initial reaction, as I said all morning, is to be looking for an IB failure, which would be mean reversion. The only thing that has really gotten me pause, and looks like we're heading there now, but the only thing that's really given me a head scratcher here is these levels just above us. And they're not like a long way above us. This is a point now up here to this level. And perhaps then, in that case, this would have been the ideal continuation trade trigger. took out the stat, pulled down here, didn't get anywhere, had basically a divergence or an exhaustion or whatever you want to call it, and then up we go. Yeah, that's looking like I didn't read that one right. Coming up to 6 points, right from here to here, you're scaled. So it's just, then it's helmet time. Now we've got the previous high, the IB high. And I'm just, struggling to work this out myself. This is quite a interesting dilemma here. I'd be pretty hard pressed to think we're not going to take out the previous high and the IB high from yesterday and all that stuff, knowing that there's got to be some stops living up there. I mean, if you look up the trail here a little bit, here's 200 and change. Been in the market for a long time, since 7:30 this morning. Looking at it in hindsight, which is that rearview mirror technique that is pretty easy to have, right? Like every internet guy. We took out the statistic. We tested down here. We got some exhaustion. I guess that was an IB continuation setup. And it's, in hindsight, obviously you're scaled and now it's consolidating up here. And this is a bar trade. So there's consolidation, breakout, retest. Is that going to happen again? I would say with this stops, this liquidity, and these levels right here, it's a very high probability that they're going to get nicked. And it looks to me like my IB failures was the wrong way to look, and that was the wrong bias to have, I guess. Maybe I need to put less importance on the rotational part of the day, even though that is a qualifier between the difference, supposedly. Yeah, that was a bad read, I guess, or not flexible here. Definitely looking for the IB failure. And thinking back to my narration about, how nice wouldn't it be if we took the IB statistic on the IB high to give our IB failure in the direction of context. I didn't think about, mention, or even conceive of the idea that it was going to be an IB continuation. And these levels have been sitting here for a long, ever since the day began. So that's a short-sighted, I guess that's a bias filter on my thinking. That's not good. Not good. Well, hi, Panda. How are you? Sitting there so quiet, staring at Dad, going, "You giving me the kitty mind meld to give you some snacks?" Well, there's been a couple of those breakout and retests here. At this exact moment, I would suspect we were going to go higher. Just simply because there's got to be a lot of fuel living right up here. And we got these boys just up the trail. I don't have that conviction strong enough to be going long from here. And I certainly blew it right here. It's not, it's not a slam dunk. If you got long right in here someplace, you're only scaled just up here. So it's not exactly, a hardy hi-ho silver and away you go. Expected move is up there at 63.29.5. Five handles above the naked volume point of control. Surprisingly, not a big bump there, eh? That's kind of a fizzle. See, these views keep going up. I'm not sure how. Got to Google about how that works this weekend. But if you're coming through the room, throw something in the chat and let us know who the hell you are, or hello, or something else. And of course, thumbs up, subscribe, send me money, all that stuff. It's just not monetized in any way, so that's a joke, and we all know it. Well, I blew that one. That's I'm sorry about that. That's a lesson learned there. Bias, right? What's the conversation somewhere else? Let's see now. Well, damn. Well. So that's a real missed opportunity. I'm sorry about that. And it's just been one of those damn slow grinds now. Boy, that was truly a miss there. There are no missed opportunities. There is only the next one in trading. Dangerously close to Trump dump time. It always is lurking in the back there somewhere. Nothing so far, nor have any opportunities for that been added. Yesterday, around this time or after the pre-market, when I was looking at the news and talking about it, several of those things jumped in here. I've noticed that happens frequently. They'll add I think yesterday was Trump entertains or has lunch with West African leaders, and some comments by Trump and something else. So those weren't in the docket early in the morning, and then they get put in as the day progresses. So that's why I keep checking that, because those can be pretty disappointing if you're on the wrong side. Look at these icebergs now picking up. Everybody's getting ambitious here, rambunctious. Somebody's talking about a short squeeze, and I don't see any way. Where's the short squeeze coming from? We're within spitting distance of an all-time high. I guess dorks that tried to call the top, huh? Yeah, that's exactly right, Antonio. I missed the long with my bias for the mean reversion, and now it's turning into a directional play to the upside. And we've got that NVPOC at 24, and then we've got Mr. All-Time Climax up here at 35, 33 quarter. Boop. Both of these are from the third. And, there's nothing above that, so. Well, Furs over there is talking about a short squeeze. And I guess the thinking is that there's a lot of people short off the all-time high, maybe. And I suppose that's possible. Kind of looks like, here are those days. There's the third morning, that half net short abbreviated period where we put in the all-time high. We did sell off, but we've pretty much grown through all of that to here. I guess it's possible there's a bit of a squeeze potential above there. I don't know. I know that I should have been open-minded and on my game that this was not that this was the direction we could have gone and ended up going. Yeah, and just above this is value area high from yesterday too. See that, Antonio? Yeah. We did that once here. And now we're coming back down here again. I'm wondering if they were kind of disappointed with the turnout up here at the high up there at that, expecting more participation up here. I don't know. And maybe I'm busy talking and missed this test that you pointed out. Sort of hard for me to pick away now. This is not the IB continuation. It's not an IB failure. I'm not sure what, this isn't a trade that I have vetted or should be taken if I'm sticking to my guns. So there you go. Pretty good read there on that one, though. Not scaled yet, however. Get your trigger finger ready there, Antonio. I'm going to go I'm going to hit the head and grab some water, so you know what'll happen next. Yeah, see, I told you. There you go. They're going to go up here sure as hell. They're going to take out that liquidity at 25, 20 and a quarter. Boy, I tell you, that was a real blunder on my part. And now he's, FOMO chasing all those bad habit adjectives. Yeah, good man. Good idea. You too. Have a great day. Well, that sucks. Wow, excuse me. Yeah, that really sucks. Not recognizing the IB continuation here. Damn. Yep. And they're going to take it. And this is definitely not something I'd participate in. I don't. Breakout, momentum breakouts, for me, are a FOMO, and that's an error. I realize it's a valid trade. What do you call it? Strategy for a lot of people, but not me. And I'm focusing on vetting my IB trades. I just blew it today by not going with an IB continuation. Having a predetermined bias that I was going to have an IB failure. And you can bet that that's disappointing, that's for sure. Something that's important to talk about probably at this point is that all those monkey mind, evolutionary issues that lurk in there, FOMO, which is essentially, fear of missing out or the desire to be right and win and all that kind of stuff, they never go away. You just have to, and you should not try to eliminate them because it's like trying to predict the market. It's futile. You need to recognize them and not react to them or act on them. I'm not going to enter a breakout trade long and because I'm pissed that I missed this IB continuation, focusing on, if you go back and stream, I was talking about and anticipating the taking out the IB high as the statistic and then reverting back to the mean reversion, IB failure, when in fact we just flipped and went an IB continuation straight away. And I always forget to type in the chat. Yeah, doggone it. That's really disappointing. Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we are at the previous high and the previous IB high. Antonio was looking at that one for a potential retest and then back to the top. That's not one of the IB, one of the initial balance trades, so I'm not going to look at that. No, I guess he was talking about the overnight high. Sorry. Yeah, overnight test. That's what he was talking about. Not that those are not valid ideas, but I'm working on the IB statistics and trades now, and I'm going to do them one at a time. And in these situations, it's real important not to be seduced by the rearview mirror. Yeah, it's really plain as the nose on your face that this was a great opportunity when the test of the overnight high. Up we go. Back again, and up we go. And here's the previous high and the IB high and all those. Then you can make a case for that, and up you go. That's a real danger. In my opinion. All of this is in my opinion. And there's nobody but me that would like to have another nice winning trade today. These are icebergs, and these are here we go. 250 plus at 20. Boom. And they traded them out. What have we got now? We got the overnight naked volume point of control, and then, a hop, skip, and a jump to the all-time high. Well, it's only 10:20. I was thinking it was later than that. Gosh, I'm disappointed about missing that. That is really disappointing. Not from a point of view of missing the trade, but anticipating and being so focused on the level and the statistic, and then not being able to recognize that it was not going to be an IB failure. That's disappointing. And we're approaching the end of the RTH1. I'm also starting to think that maybe I will put a time frame on that, my trading for that too. By golly. Oh. A lot of liquidity piling in here at 15, huh? What are they trying to do? Put the lid on the pot or put a magnet down there? Well, no, it wouldn't be the lid on the pot. I guess it would be, I don't know what the opposite of that is. Make it go up. Kind of exactly the opposite of yesterday. I think. No, not really. Yeah. Well, pretty darn much of a bummer there. I could, of course, have taken, or, FOMO'd or whatever you want to call it, any of these trades, these tests of the previous high, or even the overnight high. But those are not on the trade plan, so I'm going to have to stick with that. Frustratingly, but that's it. I think that's the way to go. I may not have much, but I have discipline. I guess that's a start. I hope. I hope. They're very definitely going to keep grinding this higher. For what reason? I have no idea. The dollar is crashing by by that, then the bonds will also. Who's gonna buy bonds with the dollar falling? Why would anybody spend their dollars? and there's the ever-present uncertainty of default, based on the guy who's. I mean, that's his whole. That's the game plan of his life. Borrow a lot of money and default. Don't pay it back. Go bankrupt. And then all the tariffs are just going to throw the country into a tailspin. Protection money. It's the same game plan, I think, as the those years in New York and Chicago with same idea, or at least that's what strikes me as, and kind of the same attitude, when you listen to the rhetoric. I don't know, doesn't bode well, I don't think, for my country. Going to take out this naked volume point of control, I would say, without a lot of doubt. 16 to 22. You know, we're up 10 handles continually ticking higher here, making that FOMO eat on you. That was truly the missed opportunity right there. Standing here watching it all too. 15 handles right now. Gonna get that NVPOC, sure as the world. I would be not surprised to see a new high of all-time high. That would not surprise me in the least. The NQ is considerably different play today, so there's definitely a divergence. Definitely different, I think. Well, essentially nothing here for me to do. My IB trades, which I'm focusing on, are well off the table at this point, having missed a great opportunity for an IB continuation. Same as yesterday, actually, only the other direction. But I was pre-biased looking for an IB failure. And I'll have to think about and go back and review that and listen to the stream, what I was thinking, narrating, and why that happened. there's the statistic, test lower, divergence, big buy, big buy here, either here or for sure here, the entry, and then no looking back, up 15 handles or more. And I would be pushing out my target now above because it looks to me like they're very focused on this naked volume point of control. And just above that, another 10 handles is the all-time high. So, bummer. What can I say? What can I say? The NQ is quite different today. Quite a bit of divergence here. Look at the difference between the ES and the NQ. Wonder why. Don't see any real reason why the ES would be so bullish. Now's the time you start talking yourself into trades like on this pullback, this test here of the liquidity, and then you go long looking for these highs. That is no form of a structured trade that I have, and I'm not going to do that. In fact, I'm going to be kind of on my hands for the rest of the day from the looks of it. I can't imagine they're going to get back and mess around the IBs in much anymore. Never know. Never know. But as it's not my, not the plan I'm working on, which is right here, and missed, and would now be looking at, what would I be looking at? 13, 14 handles from here up. And we keep slowly climbing the ladder, squeezing a little bit. This was the naked volume point of control from the third of the day where we put in the all-time high, which is just above at 33 quarter. And this is just stupidity as far as I can see. And so I'm not gonna, it's nothing I can work with. This would be FOMO, breakout, momentum stuff I don't do. My trade was down here working on the IBs. This is a valid breakout, retest to this level, or the overnight high, even better yet, and then up. And once you're in along, obviously, sitting there and moving your stops above these known, very visible targets is a perfectly valid idea. But it's not on my trade plan, and so I'm trying to do the best I can to not get FOMO'd into this whole thing, which is not an issue, but it is frustrating, no question about it. The divergence in the markets here, look at NQ, still below the, well, they finally did get up around the value area high, and which was more or less the mid of in VWAP yesterday's RTH, but now look at that, never even got close to the, right down to this low volume node. I don't have that. I'm going to not get involved in this. The market's doing what it thinks it ought to do. I don't see any reason in the world why we would be trading for new all-time highs. We've got a $1.28 sitting up here at 29. And just above that is the all-time high. More than likely, they'll get there. Oh, VPOC migration now to bond auction. So what have we got? Well, we've taken out that resting point of control. We had a VPOC migration, which was a valid trade right here. And now we're trading up towards this new all-time high. That's pretty incredible. When the NQ and the MNQ couldn't be further from that. New all-time high. We're still sitting on an inside day in the Qs. Now the naked volume point of control here, the VPOC migration, and this target of the all-time high are certainly well understood targets, and I just trying to stick with my commitment to only trade the IBs at this point. I may have to reevaluate that, but I don't reevaluate my trade plan during the trading day. So let that be a lesson to me. Expensive lesson, but a lesson nonetheless. So had I reacted properly to the IB and recognized that instead of an IB failure, it was going to be an IB continuation, I'd still be in the trade, or could conceivably have still been in it all the way to the overnight high or the all-time high. It would have been miraculous. Right here. I was looking for, with context down, and this is in the stream, so at the time, so it's easily confirmable. And my comment was it would be really great if we could get the all-time high statistic, the IB high statistic, and then be able to trade the IB failure in context, in alignment with context, which to that point had been down. I was down here. What I didn't recognize properly was right here. If I can make this work right, I don't think I can, but maybe. What I didn't recognize was this statistic here, and then that we were going into an IB continuation mode, which would have been the within my trading plan and a correct assessment of it. And I could actually be still in that trade without any heat, sweat, or strain all the way up to the naked volume point of control and beyond to the all-time high. So that's a real missed opportunity by me. That's the problem with letting or being biased, I guess. I had adopted a bias of IB failure based on the context and the rotational nature of the day, and I didn't I wasn't flexible enough to get the right perspective and trade in the direction of the IB continuation to the upside. Really, Bummer. Well, isn't that something? New all-time high on nothing but bad news. This market is truly amazing. Huh? Are we going out? Are we going? Okay. Oh, sorry about that. I had the mic on. I was talking to my wife.
The market is closed.
All right, what's happened now? Well, not a hell of a lot of anything. Had a big dump finally. Obviously had to go out. It's a much better thing to do when you are disappointed about not having it, not taking trades that you were planning to take. So we got the all-time high didn't change from the time I left. Okay, so there we are. So we're going to push this right up here like that. And we're going to change this to whatever the hell this day is, 10, I guess, huh? All-time high for no good reason. Mad as a wet hen. Okay, so here we are. Typically I end the stream at 1500 normally, but we had to go out, so that's what we did. And that's, let's see, what did we do? Well, we migrated. We migrated outside the IB finally, right here. Then we traded up, did a crazy Ivan, and back we are. So yeah, my plan, I stuck to my plan without question, but I didn't react quick enough when I had allowed myself to develop a bias looking for the IB failure and not reacting quickly to the IB continuation, which was a beautiful trade without heat to the all-time high, 15, 20 handles. So that was my problem today.